Attention Jersey exhibitors, we're ready to begin our show here this morning. It's 9 o'clock. Everybody's in place. We need to have our futurity class in the check-in area. In fact, you could go ahead and come on in the ring. So, futurity class, we should have 5 entries. Let's bring them on in. In our futurity class, I'm going to go ahead and recognize the contestants and exhibitors that are currently in the ring. And I'm going to go in cow order, not book order. Okay? So, to my left, nearing Mr. Greg, is Callum Francis. His entry is TJ Unfashioned Kid Rock Mad with Greg Bourne on the halter. Our second entry is from Jerry Lemmerman. She is Oakhaven Bontino Angie with Evie Reedman on the halter. Our third entry is from Diley and Williams Jerseys. She is VIP Rubel with Darlene on the halter. Our next entry is from Oakhaven and Evie Reedman. She is Oakhaven Overalls Valerie with John on the halter. Way to go, John.
Not according to what my mom texted me. Who do you have? That's what he just announced. He said, we were supposed to say Oakhaven and Evie for the.
As long as you got Valerie, I got it right. Okay, we're good. And our final entry is from Jerry and John Lemmerman. She is Oakhaven Oliver Velvet with Joe on the halter. Good luck, everybody. In our Jersey Futurity class, our winner is the entry from Diley and Williams jerseys. She is VIP Ruble. Congratulations. Judge, your comments.
Just a tremendous dairy cow to start the class. You love the quality, the height and width of this rear udder, the dairiness. And I give her the advantage over the heifer. It's a little bit unfair. You've got a senior 2 with 2 calves and a junior 2 with fresh with 1 calf. You love the style and the balance, the frame of this heifer in second. Like to change her just a little bit in her teat placement. A little more dairiness and pop of that rear udder, but a beautiful heifer in second. Second over third, just the style and balance all the way through. Big framey cow in third. Like the dairiness above her, about her. Third over fourth, just more cow all the way through, more strength and more width from one end to the other.
We had 5 entries in our Jersey Futurity class. Reading down your program, entry number 429 placed third. Entry 384 was second. Callum Francis with TJ Unfashioned Kid Red Mad. Entry 433 placed fourth. 455 placed fifth. And entry 361 was your winner, Diley and Williams jerseys with VIP Ruble. Congratulations. We're now ready for our milking yearling class. Milking yearlings in the ring, please. Milking yearlings. Let's bring them in, please. In our Jersey milking yearling class, second place, entry 389, Megan and Billy Grammer with Highland Canadian Club Joe. And the winner in your Jersey milking yearling class is entry number 351, Sarah Bach with Baker's Fashion Miami. Judge, your comments.
Really nice class of milking yearlings. Some of them just need a little time, but I started with the cow. I think it's the most complete package today. You love the hardness of her top, her length. It's really a dairy animal. Just a little snugger in her udder attachments today. Real dairy heifer in second. She just needs a little bit more time to fill out and develop. A heifer in third is a little bit of a problem for me. You love the big frame. She's wide and strong in power. I just like to snug up her udder attachments and the rear udder a little more height today to be any higher in the class.
Thank you, Judge Core. We had five exhibitors in our milking yearling class, sponsored by Oakhaven Jerseys, Jerry Lemmerman and family. Reading down your program, entry 389 placed second. Entry 338 was scratched. Entry 443 placed third. Entry 456 placed fifth. Entry 416 was fourth. Entry 373 was scratched. And entry 351 was your winner, Sarah Bach with Baker's Fashion Miami. Congratulations. We're now ready for our summer junior 2-year-old class. Summer junior 2s in the ring, please. In our summer junior two-year-old class, second place is entry 394, Megan and Billy Grammer with Grammar Time, Frank Clara. And the winner in your summer junior two-year-old class is entry 444, Clark Morgan with BK Moore WJF VIP Fancy. Judge, your comments.
Well, we've got quite an animal to start this class. You love her style and balance, her correctness. The udder carries herself out just so smoothly. Placing her over the heifer in second, a real dairy kind of heifer in second, just not quite the style and balance. Heifer above her. Close placing between second and third. Really nice dairy cows and quality udders. Third over fourth, just a little more quality in that udder, a little tighter in her attachments. And fourth over fifth for the same kind of reason, just a little snugger in the udder than the heifer below her.
Thank you, Judge Core. 6 entries in our summer junior two-year-old class, sponsored by Charles Anderson and family. Rated on your program, entry number 436, placed 6th. Entry 360, placed 4th. Entry number 444 was your winner, Clark Morgan with BK Moore WJF VIP Fancy. Entry number 394 placed 2nd. Entry 462 placed 5th. And entry 434 placed 3rd. We're now ready for junior twos. Junior two-year-olds in the ring, please. Jersey exhibitors. Programming note. After our senior two-year-old class, we're going to have a lead-in class of all two-year-olds, best bred known. So best bred known two-year-old, best bred known in Ohio two-year-old, lead-in class, which means it's up to you if you want to come or not, after the senior two-year-old class. If I've thoroughly confused you, it's because I am also confused, because it's not in the program. We're going to slide that in between our senior twos and our junior threes. Best bred known two-year-old from Ohio, lead-in class. Come if you wish. In our Jersey Junior 2-year-old class, third place is entry number 334, Ackley and Spring, with McGuire's Getaway Stella. Second place is entry number 445, Clark Morgan and Grant Cope, with BK Moore Ferdinand Palermo. And your winner in your Jersey Junior 2-year-old class is entry number 362 from Diley and Williams Jerseys, First Class Alexandria. Judge, your comments.
Well, they turned all the good ones loose in this class. What a tremendous class all the way down the line. This heifer in first, you just love this pop of her rear udder, the height and width. She's dairy and open and so correct in her teat placement and attachments. Give her the advantage over the heifer in second, a really beautiful framey heifer. Just not the height and width of the rear udder, not quite the depth of the cow above her. A really nice dairy cow in third. I love the openness, the depth and swing of her rib. And I placed her over the heifer in fourth, another really correct cow in fourth. You love the venation of her udder, quality in her udder all the way through, but just a tremendous group of junior twos.
Thank you, Judge Core. We had 10 exhibitors in our Jersey Junior 2-year-old class, sponsored by Diley Jerseys, Bill and Neil Diley. Reading down your program, entry number 334 placed third. Entry 457 was scratched. 446 placed eighth. Entry 403 placed sixth. 358 was scratched. Entry 408 placed fourth. Entry 395 placed 10th. Entry 362 was your winner, Diley and Williams Jerseys, with First Class Alexandria. Entry 333 placed 7th. Entry 445 was 2nd. Entry 383 placed 5th. And entry 430 placed 9th. We're now ready for our senior 2-year-olds. Reminder, after our senior 2-year-old class, we will have the Best Bred and Owned in Ohio 2-year-old class. That's a walk-in, lead-in class. Come if you will. That class is sponsored in memory of Julia Stevens by the Stevens family.
There might be some across. It might be across the way on the.
Guernsey exhibitors, we're 5 minutes out from the start of our Guernsey cow class. We'll begin with the futurity class in about 5 minutes. The futurity class will enter from the east end of Cooper Arena. That's the only class that we want you to enter on the east end. Otherwise, thereafter, we'll go back to entering from the north end. After our futurity class, all the 2-year-olds stay in place, and we'll run through the breakdown of summer junior twos, etc., as they are all standing in line. in our senior 2-year-old class in our Jersey show. The second place is entry number 447, Clark Morgan and Alicia Morgan with Bull Acres Moonshine. And the winner is entry number 355, Grant Cope with Breezy Knoll Joel Melanie. Judge, your comments.
Another tremendous class, and we started with the cows, a pretty easy winner today. She's with her second calf, but you love the silky hide, the openness of her rib, her depth of rib, just a quality mammary system, one end to the other. And I placed her over the cow in second, a beautiful dairy cow in second with a quality udder too. And then second over third, just more dairiness, more quality udder, tighter attachments all the way through.
Five entries in your senior 2-year-old cow class, sponsored by Stanfield and Locks Jerseys. Reading down your program, entry number 452 placed fifth. Entry 355 was your winner, Grant Cope, with Breezy Knoll Joel Melanie. Entry number 431 placed third. Entry 363 was scratched. Entry 447 was second. And entry 437 placed fourth. We're now ready to have our best bred and owned in Ohio 2-year-old class. This is a class in memory of Julia Stevens, sponsored by the Stevens family. We begin our Guernsey show today with our futurity class. We have a good number of entries in our Guernsey futurity class. We're going to begin with entry 265, with is Amelia Eberhard. She is Eber Acres Alley with Andy on the halter. Our second entry is Olivia Dickey with entry number 260. She is Spring Hill Snowstorm Jenga with Emily Welling on the halter.
What a tremendous group of udders for this best 2-year-old or whatever. But this animal right here today is just right on the money. She'll be your winner of this class.
Congratulations to the best Ohio-bred 2-year-old in our show today, exhibited by Grant Cope. She is Breezy Knoll Joel Melanie. Congratulations. Bonnie, thanks for that pause. That worked out perfect. Next up in our Guernsey Futurity class, Ayers Family Farm with Spring Hill, PT Joanna 9715 ET with Miss Bonnie on the halter. Next up is our entry number 305, Jason Parker. She is Parker's Novak Jane with Jason on the halter. Next up is the second entry from Jason Parker, entry number 304. She is Parker's Big Amana Haley with Tyler on the halter. Our next entry is entry number 329 from Savannah Thomas. She is Cape May Drone Unstoppable with Mr. J on the halter. Our next entry is number 284 from Dennis and Rebecca Headings. She is Elmhurst SD My Beaver Layla with Christy on the halter. Next, we have entry 311 from Alan Spoltzman. She is Spoltzman's Joanna with Olivia Dickey on the halter. Next up is entry 266, entry from Elmhurst and Alden Farms. She is Spring Hill James Una with Cheyenne Anders on the halter. And our final two entries are from Spring Hill Farm. Our first one is entry 321. She is Spring Hill Drone Joyous ET with Chris on the halter. And the second Spring Hill entry is entry 322, Spring Hill VJ Final Cut ET with Marshall on the halter. Congratulations to all our Guernsey exhibitors in our futurity class, and good luck. Over in our Jersey show, we're loading the junior 3-year-old class. Junior 3s, let's get them in. Reminder, Jersey exhibitors, after this junior 3-year-old class, we do select our intermediate champion, so let's please be ready for that next class, intermediate champion, after our junior 3-year-old class, which is in the ring. In your Jersey junior 3-year-old class, second place is entry number 346, Josh Arp with Freedom Lane Kid Rock Ginger. And your winner is entry number 335, Ackley and Spring with K Manor Victorious Bambi. Judge, your comments.
Just a super class, and it's really a tight placing with the first two. I give the first cow just a little advantage, so just a little more frame, a little more length and depth, maybe a freckled opener in her rib, a little snugger in her forudder attachment. Just a beautiful dairy cow in second, a tremendous udder. Placing her over the cow in third, just snugger in her attachments, a little more stylish in her frame. Real dairy cow with a super high, wide rear udder in third. Placing third over fourth, just a little cleaner throughout, but tremendous cows from one end to the other.
Six heifers in your Jersey junior 3-year-old class.
No, she keeps hers down there. It's down there on the table.
Sponsored by Ideal Jerseys, Mary Fleming and family. Reading down your program, entry number 409 placed fifth. Entry 346 was second. Entry 364 was fourth. Entry 466 was scratched. Entry 481 placed third. Entry 355 was your winner, Ackley and Spring, with K Manor Victorious Bambino. And entry 396 placed sixth. We're now ready for our intermediate champion class. Let's line up our first and second place for selection of intermediate champion, please. In our Jersey ring, now competing for intermediate champion, we have from our futurity class, the entry from Diley and Williams Jerseys, VIP Rubel. From our milking yearling class, we have Sarah Bach with Baker's Fashion Miami. And Megan and Billy Grammer with Highland Canadian Club Joe. From the summer junior 2-year-old class, we have Clark Morgan, also known as Morgan Clark. And Grant Cope with BK Moore WJF VIP Fancy. And Megan and Billy Grammer with Grammar Time Frank Clara. From the junior 2-year-old class, we have Diley and Williams jerseys with First Class Alexandria. The second was Clark Morgan and Grant Cope with BK Moore Ferdinand Palamo. From our senior 2-year-old class, we have Grant Cope with Breezy Knoll Joel Melanie. And Clark and Alicia Morgan with Bull Acres Moonshine. And from our junior 3-year-old class, we have Ackley and Spring with K Manor Victorious Bambino. And Josh Arp with Freedom Lane Kid Rock Ginger. Congratulations.
For our intermediate champion, I pulled the 4 cows out to me that just stood out a freckle over the other animals in the show. A tremendous group, and it gets really tight between intermediate champion. I love the height and width and the rear udders and the dariness of those, and I'll pick our intermediate and reserve in that order. And congratulations at 4 beautiful cows. Really close, a tough hair pulling thing to pick between intermediate and reserve. Give the intermediate with her maturity just a little more openness in her ribs. She's got just a little more height width to her fore udder, but a tremendous pair of cows to be our intermediate and reserve intermediate.
Congratulations to our intermediate champion, your first place junior 3-year-old, exhibited by Ackley and Spring. K. Manor, Victorious Bambino, congratulations. Reserve intermediate champion goes to Grant Cope with Breezino Joel Melanie. And honorable mentions back to Josh Arp with Freedom Lane Kid Rock Ginger. Congratulations, 3 awesome Jersey cows. Excellent, excellent.
In our Guernsey ring, I'd like to introduce our judge this morning, Miss Kim Grew of Valley Gem Farm, Cumberland, Wisconsin. Kim is married to Brandon, and they have the most beautiful daughter, Bryn. Together with Brendan's parents, Roy and Gina, they own and operate Valley Gem Farm. Valley Gem has bred and exhibited numerous All-Americans, including being home of Valley Gem Atlas Malt, the first and only 97-point Guernsey cow. At Valley Gem, Kim is responsible for day-to-day care of the heifer show and sale strings and overall management of those strings. Kim joined Valley Gem after she grew up in Neosho, Missouri on her family's dairy My Will Farms. Currently off the farm, Kim works as an embryologist for Scenic Hill Embryo Transfer. Kim attended Oklahoma State University studying animal science with an emphasis in livestock merchandising. Her judging career has included many local fairs, and last fall being the official for the National Junior Guernsey Show in Louisville, Kentucky. Let's welcome our judge, Miss Kim Grew, to our show. I'd also like to recognize our Ohio Guernsey Queen, Miss Renee Bach. She's the daughter of Wendy Bach and resides on her grandparents' farm where they milk 400 cows, 20 of them are Guernseys. She will be a junior at Fairview High School in Defiance County and is also involved in FFA and track. Welcome, Wendy Bach. All right, in our Guernsey ring and our futurity. In 5th place for our Guernsey futurity is entry 266, Elmhurst and Alden, Spring Hill, James Una. In 4th place, Spring Hill Farm, Spring Hill VJ Final Cut, entry 322. And in 3rd place, entry 239, Ayers Family Farm, Spring Hill PT Joanna, 9715. And in 2nd place, entry 329, Savannah Thomas with Cape May Drone Unstoppable. And winning the Ohio Guernsey Futurity is entry 321, Spring Hill Farm, Spring Hill Drone Joyous. Congratulations.
Let's give the exhibitors of this futurity class another round of applause. What a tremendous group to bring out 11 head like this. After carefully analyzing these animals, I told the exhibitors I could literally stand behind these top 5 all day and just stare at these rear udders. But the cow that wins it today, she does so overall on her mammary system. It's high, it's wide, and it is covered in so much chrome and veins throughout. I love the snug attachment, the youthfulness of her udder and mammary system. And she walks out with that tremendous frame, that uphill stretch, that she's long from nose to tail, and just tracks out on a good set of feet and legs today. It's that overall youthfulness, that chrome, that youthfulness in her mammary system that places over this tremendous rib cow here in second. I love this red cow. She's got that depth, that openness. She's hard across that top. And I actually love her more modern size frame today. I would like to just, give her a little bit more quality to that udder today, strengthen up that seam in her rear udder and youthful, and make her udder just a little bit more youthful. This third cow, she's stylish when she's out on the walk, and I love her from that left side. I would change her a little bit in that forudder on the right side, but I love the youthfulness of her mammary system. It's high, it's tight, and she's got so much style to her. And it is that overall snugness of that left side forudder, that high and tight, wide rear udder that places her over this summer 2 here in 4th. Summer 2 and 4th, I'd like to lengthen her out in that forudder, but I love the bloom and capacity to that rear udder today and her overall style. And it is that bloom and capacity that places her over this sweet, youthful 5th place heifer. I would like to clean her up a little bit I'd like to sharpen her up over those withers, clean her up through her hooks and pins, but she's got such a nice little udder that's well snug, and I think her years are to come once she's an age cow later on. Congratulations.
In your program's placings in our Guernsey Futurity from top to bottom, or from the top of your program, Amelia Eberhard was 10th, Olivia Dickey 7th, Ayers Family Farm was 3rd, Jason Parker 6th, next page Jason Parker 11th, Savannah Thomas was 2nd in the Futurity with Cape May Drone Unstoppable, Dennis and Rebecca Headings were 9th. Alan Spoltman, 8th. Elmhurst and Alden Farm was 5th. And winning the class was Spring Hill Farm with Spring Hill Drone Joyous. And Spring Hill was also 4th, and the last entry was scratched. Now lining up our summer junior 2-year-olds from that futurity. In the Summer Junior 2 class, first will be Spring Hill Farm with Spring Hill VJ Final Cut. Judge Grew.
In the summer 2-year-old class, I'm starting with the cow out here today. She's just got a little bit more bloom to that top of that rear udder today. She's holding her udder a little bit more snugger at that top of the attachment, a little bit wider throughout the udder, and overall just showing me that blooming capacity. Also, she's a little bit harder across that top line, particular in the loin, than this really nice heifer here, this really nice young cow here in second. This young cow in second, I think if we could just fill up that top of the rear udder, I think she's got some come to her in the future. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge Drew. In your Summer Junior 2-year-old class, first entry was scratched. Spring Hill Farm was the winner of the class, Spring Hill VJ Final Cut. And Olivia Dickey was second with Spring Hill Snowstorm Jenga. Now for our junior 2s. In first place in our junior 2-year-old class is Jason Parker with Parker's Novak Jane. Judge Grew.
In the junior 2-year-old class, I'm starting with the cow that has just a little bit more fill at that top of the rear udder. She's showing me more bloom and pop to that rear udder today. She has that higher rear udder attachment with a little bit more width throughout today. A young cow that, just recently fresh, had a little bit of a rough start. But I think once she starts developing more and getting that rib back, I think has a lot of come to her and get that pop. Second over third today is going to be overall on that front end a little bit. She's a little bit wider in her chest across the floor, a little bit more straight in that rear leg today, and a little bit straight in that front leg as well. Congratulations.
In our junior 2-year-old class, in your programs, Jason Parker was first with Parker's Novak Jane, Amelia Eberhard second with Eberacres Alley, and Jason Parker was third. Now showing our senior 2-year-old Guernsey cows. In our senior 2-year-old class of our Guernsey show, second is Ayers Family Farm with Spring Hill PT Joanna 9715, and winning the class, Savannah Thomas with Cape May Drone Unstoppable, Judge Grew.
In the senior 2-year-old class, I'm going to start with this big red cow here. I talked about her in the futurity. She's got that tremendous depth, openness, and sweep of rib. She's hard across that top. She tracks out on a great set of feet and legs. And I love the snugness of her forerudder attachment and her rear udder attachment. And it is that snugness of her forerudder attachment, particularly that right side, that places her over this super stylish cow here in second. This second plate cow, I love and admire her. I love the length of that forerudder that she has, that chrome, that venation that she carries, and that youthfulness that she carries in her memory system today. And it is that overall bloom and capacity and that snugness and daringness and angularity that places her over this cow here in third. This cow in third, I love how snug and youthful her udder is. I think her best days are to come. She's just lacking a little bit maturity and angularity to get over those top two cows today. But it is that overall snugness of that udder, that height and width of the rear udder attachment that places her over this big white cow here in fourth. Congratulations.
Over in our Jersey ring, senior 3-year-old class, second place is entry number 386, Lane Francis with Morning Mist VIP Vivienne. And the winner in your senior 3-year-old class, entry number 488 from Ackley and Spring, Carnation Video Melisandre. Judge Core, your comments.
Well, the classes just keep getting better, but what an ultimate dairy cow in first. She carries herself so beautifully, that height and width, the rear udder, the venation above her udder, just so clean, dairy boned all the way through. Cow in second really follows in that pattern, not quite the depth of rib, not quite the venation or the top of her rear udder, but a beautiful dairy cow. I put her over the cow in third. You love the side view, you love the quality of your udder. I love to change her front legs and the width of chest and how she even the spring in her, or the set in her rear legs, but a tremendous dairy cow. Placing her over the cow in fourth, just a little more style and balance all the way through, but just a tremendous group of dairy cows.
Thank you, Judge Core. 6 entries in our senior 3-year-old class, sponsored by Highland Jerseys, the Bolin family. Reading down your program, entry number 365 placed fourth. 366 was third. Entry 350 placed sixth. Entry 386 was second. Entry 483 placed fifth. And entry 488 was your winner, Ackley and Spring, with Carnation Video Melisandre. We're now ready for our 4-year-old cows in our Jersey show. 4-year-old cows in the ring, please.
In our senior 2-year-old class of our Guernsey show, placings in your program, Alan Spoltman was fourth, Dennis and Rebecca Heading sixth. Winner of the class, Savannah Thomas with Cape May Drone Unstoppable. Second was Ayers Family Farm with Spring Hill PT Joanna 9715. The next entry was the futurity winner of Spring Hill Farms, so was not shown. Dennis and Rebecca Headings were fifth, and Helmhurst and Alden were third. Now showing our junior 3-year-old Guernsey cow. In our junior 3-year-old class of our Guernsey show, the winner is Spring Hill Farm, Spring Hill JCP UP. Judge Grew.
We only have one entry in the junior 3-year-old class, but what an incredible cow she is. If you guys take a look at this udder, this mammary system on this young cow here, it's got that long fore-udder attachment, welded on fore-udder, high, wide rear udder attachment, and she's got that venation that's everywhere that just gives it that extra eye appeal. And she does so, and she tracks out on so much width, so much string. I admire her width of her rump structure, that width that follows all the way through her, that spring and openness of rib, and all the way through that front end with that width and capacity through her front end as well. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge Grew. Again, in our junior 3-year-old class for our Guernsey show, the winner is Spring Hill Farm with Spring Hill JCP UP. Now showing our senior 3-year-old Guernsey cow. In our senior 3-year-old class of our Guernsey show, the winner is Elmhurst and Alden Farm with Rocky Hill Legit Reputation. Judge Grew.
What a very nice dairy cow that we hear. I admire her overall angularity, that sharpness through her withers, the cleanliness through her hooks and pins, and a little bit an incurving through that thigh. I like the height of her rear udder today. If I would like to change her, I'd like to just deepen her out, widen her out in that rear udder today. But what a remarkable cow to give a great example for our senior 3 class. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge Grew. Our senior 3-year-old Guernsey winner again is Elmhurst and Alden Farms with Rocky Hill Legit Reputation. We will now show for intermediate champion of our Guernsey show.
In our Jersey 4-year-old class, second place is entry 336, Ackley and Spring, with Bryden Frank Allison. And the winner in your 4-year-old class is entry 439 from McGuire Holsteins and Jerseys. She is SV Health Casino June. Judge, your comments.
Tremendous pair of cows to start this class. They don't go together at all, but I thought this cow with this massive frame, she's so open and dairy and carries herself so beautifully around the ring. Give her the advantage for those reasons. A little more correct in neck and shoulder, the attachment of the neck, but a true dairy cow in second. You love the height and width of that rear udder, the venation in her udder. Placing her over the heifer in third for those reasons. Third over fourth, just more rear udder height and width, but tremendous. 4 really nice dairy cows.
Thank you, Judge Core. Our 4-year-old class sponsored by Windy Ridge Jerseys, Jay and Rachel Hodge and family. Reading down your program, entry 336 was second. Entry 439 was your winner from McGuire's Holsteins and Jerseys. She is SV Health Casino June. Entry 376 was scratched. Entry 410 was third. And entry 387 placed fourth. We're now ready for our 5-year-old class in our Jersey show. 5-year-olds in the ring, please.
Showing for intermediate champion of our Guernsey show. Entering the ring was our futurity winner, Spring Hill Farm, Spring Hill Drone Joyous. The first place summer junior 2-year-old, also Spring Hill Farm, Spring Hill VJ Final Cut. And the second summer junior 2-year-old of Olivia Dickey, Spring Hill Snowstorm Jenga. From the junior 2-year-old class, first was Jason Parker with Parker's Novak Chain, and second was Amelia Eberhard with Eberacres Alley. From the senior 2-year-old class, first was Savannah Thomas with Cape May Drone Unstoppable, and second was Ayers Family Farm with Spring Hill PT Joanna 9715. From the junior 3-year-old class, first was Spring Hill Farm with Spring Hill JCP UP, and from the senior 3-year-old class, first was Elmhurst and Alden Farms with Rocky Hill Legit Reputation.
In your Jersey 5-year-old class, your winner is Clark Morgan and Grant Cope. With entry 448, she is DKG Applejack Kelsey. Judge, your comments.
Tremendous dairy cow to start this class. You love the sharpness, the cleanliness of her from tip of her nose to the tip of her tail. She's hard top to be at that age. Just a tremendous cow, a beautiful high, wide rear udder. Carries herself out very correctly on her feet and legs. Love the dairy cow in second. Just not quite the upstandingness, little height and width of rear udder, a little snugger in her attachments. Placing second over the third cow, just more dairiness, more quality of udder.
Thank you, Judge Core. We had 3 entries in our 5-year-old class, sponsored by Elmhurst Jerseys, Michael Hurst and family. Reading down your program, entry 397 was second. Entry 359 was scratched. 377 was scratched. Entry 448 was your winner, Clark Morgan and Grant Cope with DKG Applejack Kelsey. And entry 487 placed third. We're now ready for our aged cow class. Reminder, after our aged cow class, we need our cow first and second place winners back for senior champion. Then we'll do grand champion. You guys kind of know the drill. A couple group classes after that too. So if you're interested in those, please be ready.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors of these young cows a round of applause. It was a fun young cow show, quite a bit of numbers. The futurity was incredible, and that's something I think you guys as exhibitors and the state of Ohio should be proud of, to bring that many young cows out in a futurity with such quality out here. I only pulled 3 cows out here, but these are the 3. I think they have welded on udders. They carry that strength, the angularity, the depth and openness of rib today, and they track out on good set of feet and legs. I've been in the ring on the halter before, so I'm not going to drag these speeches out. So I'll just go congratulate your intermediate, your reserve, and honorable mention in that order. What remarkable udders these 3 cows have. But this senior 2-year-old here, our futurity winner, she's on the money today. She's chiseled through that top line. She's sharp and angular over those withers. She's cleaner through those hooks and pins, more incurving in her thigh, and she's got that welded on udder. I love the fore udder, the height and width, and the youthfulness of her overall udder for a 2-year-old. This junior 3-year-old, what a remarkable udder she has. I love the chrome, the height, the width, that crease. I would like to just clean her up a little bit. She's just carrying a little bit of excess flesh, but you admire the width of her overall front end, that power, that strength, that width from hooks to pins. And then follow her with this, our first place senior 2 today, just carrying a little bit more venation, a little more pop to that rear udder, a little more seam definition than our senior 2 today. Congratulations.
Our intermediate champion of our Guernsey show is the futurity winner, Spring Hill Farm, Spring Hill Drone Joyous, Reserve Intermediate Champion is the junior 3-year-old, also of Spring Hill Farm, Spring Hill, JCP, UP, and honorable mention to Savannah Thomas, Cape May Drone Unstoppable. Now showing our 4-year-old Guernsey cows.
In our Jersey aged cow class, second place is Clark Morgan and Grant Cope with JK Excitation Fuzzy. And the winner in your aged cow class is entry 347, Josh Arp with Despervert's Joel Glamour. Judge, your comments.
A tremendous aged cow class. You just love for an aged cow, this cow in first, that uphill run. She's hard as she can be on the top. She's so clean and sharp all the way through, so open ribbed, silky hided. She's a tremendous cow. I love the 13-year-old cow in second. Tremendous cage on her, tremendous rear udder. Just not quite the style and balance of the cow above her. Placing her over the cow in second, a tremendous uddered cow. Just not quite the hardness at top, the cleanliness of her neck and shoulders, the sharpness throughout. Tremendous open dairy cow in fourth, just not quite as snug in her udder attachments today as the ones above her.
That was going to be my guess.
Thank you, Judge Core. We had 4 entries in our aged cow class, sponsored in memory of Kay Morgan by Jim Morgan and family. Reading down your program, entry number 482 placed third, 484 was fourth, 449 placed second, and your winner was entry 347, Josh Arp with Despervert's Joel Glamour. Congratulations. In our Jersey show, we're now having our parade for selection of senior champion. Exhibitors currently in the ring from our senior 3-year-old class. We have Ackley and Spring with Carnation Video Melisandre. And also Lane Francis with Morning Mist VIP Viviana. From our 4-year-old class, we have McGuire Holstein and Jerseys with SV Health Casino June. And Ackley and Spring with Bryden Frank Allison. In our 5-year-old class, we have Clark Morgan and Grant Cope with DKG Applejack Kelsey. And Megan and Billy Grammer with Grammar Time VIP Party G. And from our Age Cow class, we have Josh Arp with Despervert's Joel Glamour. And Clark Morgan and Grant Cope with JK Excitation Fuzzy. Congratulations and good luck.
What a tremendous show this has been, and the senior champion is unbelievable. But I pulled out the 3 cows that are more amplify what I like: ultimate dairiness, open rib, quality udders. You can make reasons for a lot of things here, but I just love the dairiness and the quality of these cows here. And I'll pick our champions in the order that our senior, reserve, and honorable mention. I just love this pair of cows from the class. They're so correct in all their parts. They're open dairy, silky hided. The udders are just quality from one end to the other. And I made our mature cow our honorable mention. Love that frame. Just not quite the snugness or the fanciness of the udders of the 2 above her, but tremendous show.
Congratulations to the senior champion in our Jersey show from our senior 3-year-old class, Ackley and Spring, with Carnation Video Misalandre. Reserve senior champion is the 2nd place senior 3, Lane Francis, with Morning Mist VIP Vivian. And honorable mention honors go to Josh Arp with his 1st place aged cow, Despervert's Joel Glamour. Congratulations. Have just a little reset here, bring in our intermediate champions, and then we'll name the grand champion and reserve grand champion of our show today.
In our 4-year-old class for Guernsey shows, 2nd is Elmhurst and Alden Farm with Maplehurst Pilot Lady, and winning the class, J. Thomas, Cape May Latimer Honey, Judge Grew.
If you haven't been paying attention to the Guernsey ring, I would do so at this moment. This cow, this 4-year-old cow that walks out, she does so pretty handily today in this class. She's tall, she's long, she's angular, and she's got a phenomenal udder on her. It's high, it's wide, it's got an incredible deep crease on her. She's got that snug forudder attachment, and she is covered in veins throughout. And she tracks out on a great set of feet and legs for a big cow her size. I kind of mix it up, and it is that overall size, scale, angularity that places her over this smaller cow here in 2nd. Smaller cow in 2nd's the only cow in the class that's had 3 calves today, but what a welded on udder she has. She has that strength of that rear udder attachment, that strength through that fore udder attachment. I would like to clean her up a little bit, give her a little bit more bloom to the udder, but definitely a cow that will see her better years to come when she's an older age cow. And I follow her along with this other more youthful cow here in 3rd. And it is 3rd over 4th overall on that overall youthfulness, that size and teat shape and length today, than this massive cow here in 4th. I love the uphill run, the hardness of top on this 4th place cow. But her udder's just slightly a little more mature, and I'd like to change that teat size and shape. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge Grew. In our 4-year-old class in your programs, Hayes and Parker was 5th, Allen Spoltman 3rd, Elmhurst and Alden Farms was 2nd with Maplehurst Pilot Lady, Spring Hill Farms 4th, and J. Thomas was the winner of the class, Cape May Latimer Honey. Now showing our 5-year-old Guernsey cow.
For our grand champion, it gets really tough. Tremendous cows. the dairiness and the quality of the udders, as I said. And I think you could give reasons for a lot of different things, but I'm going to pick them out in grand reserve and honorable mention, and I really appreciate the quality of these cows. These two cows for Grand and Reserve, they're so much alike, it's unbelievable. They just have that tremendous openness, sweeper rib, and their udders are just unbelievable with the veination and the quality, and I just think they go together so well. They've got to got to be a pair. An honorable mention, I love the dairiness and the openness. Just a tremendous show, and I very much appreciate the opportunity to doing it.
Thank you, Judge Core. Congratulations to the grand champion of our Jersey show today, Carnation Video Melissa Andre from Ackley Springs. Congratulations. Your reserve grand champion, also exhibited by Ackley Spring, is K Manor Victorious Bambino. An honorable mentions honor goes to Lane Francis with Morning Mist VIP Viviana. Congratulations.
In the 5-year-old class for Guernsey show, the winner is Spring Hill Farm, Spring Hill VJ Lone Star Terran, Judge Grew.
We got an incredible 5-year-old here. I admire the height and width of this rear udder, the snugness of that fore udder attachment, and her overall width through her hooks to pins. I'd like to strengthen her up through that front end, widen her out through that chest. But what a great milk cow we have here for our 5-year-old. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge Grew. Again, in your 5-year-old class, the winner is Spring Hill Farm, Spring Hill VJ Lone Star Terran. Now showing for senior champion of our Guernsey show. Returning to the ring from the 4-year-old class, first was Jay Thomas with Cape May Latimer Honey, and second was Elmhurst and Alden Farm with Maplehurst Pilot Lady, and from the 5-year-old class, Spring Hill Farm with Spring Hill VJ Lone Star Terran.
In our Jersey show, our grand champion sponsor was the Woodruff family. The reserve grand champion was Williams Jerseys, Carl, Kevin, and family. We thank you for those sponsorships. Need to take a few photos, and then we'll have our group classes. We have a produce a dam class, if anybody's interested. Best 3 females, dairy herd. If you're interested in any of those classes, bring them on in.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give our exhibitors of these older cows a round of applause out here for senior champion. We didn't have many for numbers, but there was some nice quality throughout the two classes today. But I think it's going to come as no shock that your senior champion is going to be this 4-year-old cow. For reserve, it's going to be a little bit closer, but I kind of like the second place 4-year-old cow a little bit. She's got that welded on udder. She's carrying her crease a little bit deeper today, and I just admire that snugness of that rear udder attachment. She's had 3 calves. She's got a long ways to come. She needs to clean up a little bit, but I think her best days are still a couple years away. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge Grew, grand champion of your senior champion of your Guernsey show. Senior champion is Jay Thomas with Cape May Latimer Honey. Reserve senior champion is Elmhurst and Alden Farm with Maplehurst Pilot Lady. An honorable mention to Spring Hill Farm, Spring Hill VJ Lone Star. Congratulations. Now showing for grand champion.
In our Jersey show, we do have 2 entries in our Produce the Dam class that's going on right now. If you're going to be in any of these other group classes, now's your opportunity. So giddy up is what I'm saying. Correct.
We'll make the group, the lower group with the 2 ultra dairy cows will be their first place winner in the class, and second with this nice group with a heifer and a cow.
So Congratulations in the dam and daughter class to Josh Sharp. He was our exhibitor. Announcement of Best Female Bred and Owned in Ohio goes to our Reserve Intermediate Champion from Grant Cope, Breezy Knoll Joel Melanie. Congratulations to Grant. We don't see any other Best 3 Females or dairy herds out here. So we're going to skip those 2 classes. If we could have a representative from Clark Morgan and Grant Cope come to the table, you will be the premier exhibitor at our show here today. And our premier breeder is Bill and Megan Grammer. So if they would also come to the table. Thank you all very much. We appreciate our judge today, Mr. Jeff Core, all those who helped us make our show go well today. Thank you very much. We'll see you next time.
In our Guernsey showing for Grand Champion is the intermediate champion of Spring Hill Farms, Spring Hill Drone Joyous, and the reserve intermediate champion, also from Spring Hill Farms, Spring Hill JCP UP, and our senior champion is the owned by J. Thomas, Cape May Latimer Honey, and reserve senior champion Elmhurst and Alden Farm with Maplehurst Pilot Lady.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these Guernsey enthusiasts a round of applause. These cows out here have just tremendous mammary systems. They're high, they're wide, they're strong attached, and they carry those creases deep all the way up to the top of that rear udder as well. They got the strength, the power throughout the deep and openness of rib today. I'd like to first thank everybody for exhibitors for selecting me as your judge. It's been a great pleasure. I'd like to thank my husband, Brandon, and my beautiful daughter, Britton, for coming and supporting me and driving me here all the way. Without his support, AKA, I call him my manager. He gets me all these gigs. I don't know, he signs me up for all kinds of things, but he's definitely my #1 fan, and so is my daughter, Bryn. So thank you guys for being here today. These are my kind of cows. I love the mammary systems. I am an udder girl through and through. And I'm going to go congratulate your grand champion, your reserve, and your honorable mention. And let's give them a huge round of applause because these cows are absolutely incredible. I said yesterday, my junior champion, when she walked in the ring, the hair stood up on my arms. But I had goosebumps when this 4-year-old cow came into the ring. She's got that beautiful mammary system. She's got that chrome throughout. It's high, it's wide, and she carries that crease so deep and all the way to the top of the udder with a beautiful 4-udder attachment. She's got that open, sweep, and depth of rib, the strength through the front end, this width through the front chest, and through all the way through the pins. I fell in love with this futurity winner today. I think she's going to look very similar to this 4-year-old with another calf or two. She's got that high, that wide rear udder. She's got that angularity, the dariness, that open and depth of rib today. And I follow her with this welded on udder of this junior 3-year-old today. Like to clean the junior 3 up a little bit more, and maybe she'd give that 2-year-old a bump. But what a remarkable rear udder shot of these 3 Guernsey cows. Congratulations, exhibitors.
Thank you, Judge Grew. Our grand champion of our Guernsey show is the senior champion and 4-year-old owned by J. Thomas, Cape May Latimer Honey. Reserve Grand is the intermediate champion and futurity winner owned by Spring Hill Farm, Spring Hill Drone Joyous. An honorable mention is the junior 3-year-old of Spring Hill Farm, Spring Hill JCP UP. Congratulations. I would like to also announce our premier breeder and exhibitor for our Guernsey show is Spring Hill Farm, Mr. Chris Lang. Congratulations.
For Senior Best 3, we just have the one group today, but it's definitely 3 cows that any breeder should be proud of. They have remarkable udders on them. They got that power and strength throughout and that openness and depth of rib today. Congratulations.
Senior Best 3 goes to Spring Hill Farms, and I think this one will too.
Once again, we have just one entry here for exhibitors herd, but we kept the 3 same cows and added 2 very strong, powerful yearlings. But what a great group that anybody should be proud of. Congratulations.
Exhibitors herd is also Spring Hill Farms. Attention Brown Swiss breeders, we will start your show at noon. Enter from the west side of Cooper Arena. We'll show on the west end of the arena. So enter from the west, exit from the center. We will begin our Brown Swiss show promptly at noon.
For produce of the day, I'm going to go with my reserve grand cow and then my first place March calf. I just love the youthfulness of these 2 cows, of this cow and this calf, and I loved and adored this little March calf here yesterday. For reserve, I'm going to go with the 3-year-old with her yearling here. Congratulations.
Attention Brown Swiss exhibitors, this is your 5-minute warning. We are all here ready to go for a 12 o'clock show with our Brown Swiss. Please enter the west end of Cooper Arena near the viaduct, and then we'll exit out of the north entrance. So please go ahead and go all the way around. Thank you. You got it. Bruce and I are going to finish our lunch. We'll be ready in 5 minutes. Brown Swiss exhibitors, we're ready to roll. Most of our spring heifer calves are already in the ring. We think we're short one yet, but we're ready to go. Judge is here. All the support staff is ready to roll. So, Brown Swiss folks, it's showtime.
I'd like to introduce our judge this morning, Mr. Darren Hill. Darren is from Cattaraugus, New York, where he and his wife Katie own the Hills Valley Farm and are proud parents to 4 children that are becoming very active in showing. The Hills have 150 Brown Swiss and Holsteins and show at the state and national level. Darren has judged state shows in Wisconsin, Kentucky, Iowa, and Florida, as well as the Southeast, Southwest National in Stillwater, Oklahoma, and the Northeast National at the Big E. Darren has also judged the national shows of Peru and Colombia. Let's welcome our judge today, Mr. Darren Hill. In our spring heifer calf class of our Swiss show, the second place is Acacia Swift with Acacia Design CJ. And winning the class is Delbert and Heather Yoder with Brook Hollow, I'm Having Fun. Judge Hill.
A beautiful class of March calves to start the day off. And this calf in the first wins the class very handily for me today because of her frame and her mass and her size. She's so long from end to end, so much capacity about her. She has that advantage in openness and depth and fullness over the really pretty calf coming out in second. The calf in second, so smooth on the move, so correct in her parts. She has that advantage, just a little more blending up through that shoulder region, a little more fullness to the crops than the beautiful straight line calf coming out in third. Third over fourth, she's just a little bit more open in her rib, a little more fullness to that rear section over this taller, longer calf coming out in fourth. The calf in fourth, you love that straightness and that style that she has through the front end, just a little more size and length over the calf in fifth. Congratulations on a nice start to the day.
In our spring heifer calf class of our Swiss show, in your programs, Luke Roush was ninth, Gene Starkey third. Acacia Swiss was second in the class with Acacia Design CJ, Chelsea Duvall fifth, Heidi Gruby eighth, Harper Roush 10th, Dale Dirksen 7th, Jacqueline Cherry 4th, Lillian Hempfling 6th, Hunter Powson 11th, and a moved entry from the spring yearling class should have been in this one. Delbert and Heather Yoder were the winners with Brook Hollow, I'm Having Fun. Now showing winter heifer calves of our Brown Swiss show.
I'd like to introduce the royalty that's helping us at our Swiss show here today. We have our Ohio Brown Swiss Princess, Miss Riley Wilrath. Big wave to the crowd, Riley. Riley's the daughter of Kendall and Emily Wilrath in the 7th grade at New Bremen Junior High School, where she's active in basketball and plays the saxophone in the band. Her main hobby is helping on the farm and spending time with her cows. She grew up at Klein Dairy with her grandparents and parents farmed together. She has gained responsibility throughout the year and now enjoys sire selection and doing more on her own while still helping with feeding and milking chores. Riley enjoys participating in different events and activities and meetings such as dairy judging, Dairy Palooza, association meetings, and conventions. She has enjoyed showing at Auglaize, Mercer, and Van Wert County fairs, along with Spring Dairy Expo and here at the Ohio State Fair. She continues to be a proud advocate for the Brown Swiss breed and the dairy industry as a whole. Your Ohio Brown Swiss Princess, Miss Riley Wilrath. Our Ohio Brown Swiss Queen is Miss Annabelle Warner. Annabelle is 20 years old, and she has shown Brown Swiss since she was 12 and cows since she was 9. Currently working full-time as a hairstylist in downtown Newark. You can follow her at hair by Annabelle, Anna.Bell, at hair by Anna.Bell on Instagram. So Jordan will explain that to me in a minute. When Annabelle's not showing, she still plans to be at the county fair helping her siblings fit and show cows. Your 2025 Brown Swiss Queen, Annabelle Warner.
In our winter heifer calf class of our Brown Swiss show, second goes to Lauren Lamoureux with Royal Hill D.D. Renly, and winning the class, Audrey Lammers with Brown Velvet Ray Fleury. Judge Hill.
What an incredible class for the winter calf class. The heifer that starts the class out does so because of their correctness all the way through. She held herself together nicer in line. She never broke behind the shoulders as the next couple of calves did, but so much strength, so much balance, and yet she's clean cut, angular all the way through. She has that advantage in strength and width over the calf in second. Calf in second over the calf in third, just a little nicer all the way through, just a little straighter through that shoulder region over the young calf coming out in third. Third place calf is born middle of January, and we give her a lot of credit for that size and that length that she has. I just need to widen her out a little bit. Maybe we let her develop a little bit more, get that width to her, and she can compete at the next level come this fall. But she has that openness to her rib that places her over the calf in fourth. Fourth and fifth, another close placing, just giving that calf in fourth a little advantage in that drop to the rear section over the calf in fifth. Congratulations on an incredible class.
All right, placings for your winter heifer calf class in your programs. Acacia Swiss 4th, Lillian Hempfling 9th, Derek Balmer 12th, Kaylee Cherry 15th, Claire Linden 17th, Chelsea Duvall 10th. Audrey Lammers was the winner of the class. Brown Velvet Ray Fleury, Jacqueline Cherry 16th, Ava Lammers was 5th. Next entry scratched, Harper Roush 21st, Ayers Family Farm 8th, Zachary and Katie Berry 6th, Kelsey Britton 11th. Lauren Lamoureux was second in the class with Royal Hill D.D. Renly, Jean Starkey 19th, Natasha Gruby 13th, Delbert and Heather Yoder 7th, Acacia Swiss 14th, Riley Brock 18th, Sarah Lehner was 3rd, and Haley Wilrath was 20th. Now showing fall heifer calves of our Brown Swiss show. In our fall heifer calf class of our Brown Swiss shows, second is Lauren Lamoureux with Lorlin Foremost Hansy, and winning the class, Sarah Gehrig with Cutting Edge Sheldon's Best.
Just an incredible class of fall calves all the way down the lineup. This first pair that starts the class out, very close in my mind today. They got kind of like a couple different things about each one, but this first calf just has a little more pop to their rear rib when you get behind them, when they're both standing in line next to each other. They're both tight behind the shoulder, both straight in their lines, and have extreme dairy strength, but just a little bit more advantage in that rib structure today, first over second. Second over third, again, she's just a little bit more stylish up through that front end, cleaner through that head and neck, a little more drop into that rear flank over the beautiful calf coming out in third. And third over fourth, the calf in third. We love that straightness that she has, that strength, that brown Swiss width about her front end. She has that advantage through that crop region over the calf in fourth. Fourth place calf, born in the middle of October. I really admire that rib structure, that openness, that cleanliness through that rib that she has, but not quite the width up front to move her up in the class today. The calf in fifth follows her very closely in that same pattern of dairy quality, that openness and angle to that rib, and that she places over the next calf because of the correctness through the rump structure. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge Hill. In your fall heifer calf class, placings in your programs: Ayers Family Farm 3rd, Acacia Swiss 14th, Dennis and Rebecca Heading 16th. Next entry was scratched: Ava Lammer 6th, Jean Starkey 8th, Dennis and Rebecca Headings 19th, Kaylee Cherry 13th, Riley Wilrath 12th. Lauren Lamoureux was second in the class. Lorlin Foremost Hansy, Sarah Bach 9th. Sarah Gehrig was the winner of the class. Cutting Edge Sheldon's Best. Riley Wilrath was 10th. Hunter Powelson 15th. Dale Dirksen 17th. MK Genetics was 7th. Claire Linden 11th. Chelsea Duvall 4th. Riley Wilrath 18th. Lauren Almsey 5th in the class. Next entry was scratched, and the final entry was moved to the senior 2-year-old class. Now showing our summer yearling Brown Swiss. In our summer yearling class for Brown Swiss show, Sarah Gehrig was second in the class, Edgeview D Fashion, and winning the class was Kate Ziegler and Morgan Stone with Kingsway Famous Tootsie, Judge Hill.
Another strong class in the summer yearlings. The couple heifers at the top of the class, very close in their placings, although they are made very differently. The heifer that I'm starting with, just a little longer, cleaner through her head and neck. She's sharper over the withers, hips, and pins. I would give the advantage in the strength and the width over this on the second place heifer. The second place heifer is extremely correct all the way through. I love the balance to her frame, and she has that advantage of length of frame over the heifer coming out in third. Heifer in third is very correct all the way through. That's what gets her into that spot today. Not the biggest heifer in the class, but we really admire the straightness of lines and the correctness on the feet and legs. Gives her that advantage over the heifer coming out in fourth. The fourth place heifer, an extremely dairy quality heifer. Like to give her a little more width to compete with the ones above her. But she has that advantage and drop to that rear rib over the next heifer in line. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge Hill. Placings in your summer yearling class. Brianna Laughlin was fourth. Kate Ziegler and Morgan Stone were the winners of the class with Kingsway Famous Tootsie. Acacia Swiss was third. Delaney Brock was fifth. Sarah Gehrig was second in the class. Edgeview D Fashion. And Dale Dirksen was sixth. Now showing our spring yearling brown Swiss heifers. In the spring yearling class of our Brown Swiss show, second goes to Audrey Lammers with Brown Velvet Powerball Val. And winning the class is Zachary and Katie Berry with ZK Diego Vodka. Judge Hill.
Another incredible class for the spring yearlings. Very close at the top of the class for me today, but I'm starting with this heifer that has so much style, so much angularity and dairy quality all the way through. She has an advantage in width of chest over the heifer in second. She has an advantage in the way that she tracks on her rear legs. Just a little bit straighter, a little more space between those hocks as we watch them walk about the ring. But I love this heifer in second. She's so balanced, she's so clean, yet has that brown Swiss strength about her. She has that advantage in cleanliness and angularity, just a little more drop to that rear rib over the heifer in third. The heifer in third is so straight and so correct. I love the way that she's so smooth about her front end. She has an advantage through her rump structure over the heifer in fourth. The heifer in fourth, so much power and so much mass to her front end, but I'd like to see her track on her hind legs a little more comfortably today. I'd like to drop that tail head setting, maybe widen her out in the pins to move her up in the class today. But the next couple of heifers, another pair of very correct dairy quality heifers, just want to drop the rib on them to move them up in the class. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge Hill, and your spring yearling class and your programs. Zachary and Katie Berry were the winners of the class. ZK Diego Vodka. Brianna Laughlin was 8th. Audrey Lammers was 2nd in the class with Brown Velvet Powerball Val. Derek Balmer 5th. Topview Farms 3rd. Megan McCoy 7th. Heidi Gruby 9th. Acacia Swiss 4th. Delbert and Heather Yoder 6th. And the last entry was moved to the spring heifer calf class. Now showing winter yearling heifers of our Brown Swiss show. in our winter yearling class for Brown Swiss Show. Second is Lauren Lamoureux with Naps Collapse Wow, and winning the class, Delbert and Heather Yoder with Brook Hollow MB Picture It. Judge Hill.
Another impressive class for the winter yearlings. The heifer I'm starting with, not the tallest heifer in the class, but she was born the end of January. We'll give her a little for that, but the most complete heifer. She's the most correct on the move. She has the most openness to her ribs. She's straight in her lines. She has that advantage of straightness and hardness over the top line, over the long-geared heifer coming out in second. The heifer in second, just so much power, so much brown Swiss strength about her. I love the length to her frame. I said we want to give her a little more straightness over that top line to move her up in the top spot for today. But she has that advantage in length of frame and angularity through that shoulder region to move over the heifer in third. Third and fourth, another great pair, a very close pair of heifers in my mind. I'm giving the advantage to the third place heifer for her correctness through that rump structure. She's a little bit longer from her hips to her pins, and that tail head sets more neatly between her pins today. Fourth over fifth, just a little more length to her frame, a little more cut, and a little more angularity to that front end, a little more width to her chest. Congratulations.
In our fall yearling class of our Brown Swiss show, second goes to Kaylee Cherry with Rosedale D. Peanut. Winning the class, Ayers Family Farm with Edgeview and Sylvia. Judge Hill.
Another super impressive class of yearlings in the Brown Swiss show, and this heifer that tops the class covers it really handily. Just a heifer with a tremendous frame, side view profile, so much correctness all the way through. She has that advantage through her front end, that tightness behind the shoulder blade, to go over this extremely dairy, clean-cut heifer in second. The second over third is really close for me today, giving the heifer in second the advantage in the openness and the fullness to the rear rib over this beautiful, well-balanced heifer in third. I will grant that the third place heifer is fuller in the crops and a little more width up front. She goes over the next heifer just a little more. She's handling her legs a little more comfortably today, just stepping down on that foot, a little softer over this beautiful heifer coming out in fourth. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge Hill. Placings in your Brown Swiss fall yearling class: Natasha Gruby, 6th, Kaylee Cherry, 2nd. Ayers Family Farm was the winner of the class, Edgeview and Sylvia. My apologies, Kaylee Cherry was 2nd with Rosedale D. Peanut. Moving down then, Sherry Smith 3rd, Claire Linden 4th, and Sarah Lehner 5th. We'll now show for junior champion of our Brown Swiss show. Showing for Brown Swiss champion of our junior show from our spring yearling spring heifer class. First was Delbert and Heather Yoder with Brook Hollow, I'm Having Fun. Second was Acacia Swiss with Acacia Design CJ. From the winter heifer calf class, first was Audrey Lammers with Brown Velvet Ray Fleury. And second was Lauren Lamoureux with Royal Hill D.D. Renly. From the fall heifer calf class, first was Sarah Gehrig with Cutting Edge Sheldon's Best. And second was Lauren Lamoureux with Lorland Foremost Hansy. From the summer yearling class, first was Kate Ziegler and Morgan Stone with Kingsway Famous Tootsie. Second was Sarah Gehrig with Edgeview D Fashion. From the spring yearling class, first was Zachary and Katie Berry with ZK Diego Vodka. Second was Audrey Lammers with Brown Velvet Powerball Val. From the winter yearling class, first was Delbert and Heather Yoder with Brook Hollow MB Picture It. And second was Lauren Lamoureux with Naps Collapse Wow. And from the fall yearling class, first was Ayers Family Farm with Edgeview and Sylvia. And second was Kaylee Cherry with Rosedale D. Peanut.
as these heifers are lining up, let's go ahead and give these brown Swiss exhibitors a huge hand for a quality show so far. Every class that's come into the ring has been quality, top to the bottom. Been very impressed with not just the correctness and the size of the animals, but the way that they walk about the ring. Everything's had great set feet and legs. The 4 pulled out here: the first prize winter calf, first prize fall calf, first prize spring yearling, and the first prize fall yearling. All had tremendous competition in their classes. All have extreme quality head to tail. We've got the fine necks, the thin-hided necks, the correctness through the top line, the rump structure, the extreme openness and quality to the rib. And at this time, I'll go out and select your junior champion, reserve, and honorable mention. Your junior champion today is going to be this first prize spring yearling. A heifer with so much quality to the rib structure. And yet you get into front of her and she has that width to her chest that I really, really admire. As I noted in her class, I really prefer the way that she walks on those hind legs. There's so much space and width between her hocks. She's so straight, the way that she moves about the ring. A heifer with that quality, that length to her neck, she'll be your junior champion today. And it is close behind to bring this winter calf in for reserve. Another calf that has so much quality. I love the way that she ties in behind that shoulder region. A calf that's so hard over her top and has that extreme openness to her rib. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge Hill. Junior champion of our Brown Swiss show is the spring yearling owned by Zachary and Katie Berry. ZK Diego Vodka. Reserve junior champion is the winter calf owned by Audrey Lammers, Brown Velvet Ray Fleury, an honorable mention to the fall calf of Sarah Gehrig, Cutting Edge Sheldon's Best. Congratulations. We will now show our junior best 3 females, to be followed by our All-American Swiss futurity. In our junior best three of our brown Swiss, first place goes to Brown Velvet Swiss, the Lammers family. Judge Hill.
Three really strong groups out here for your junior best three, but the group in first wins the class very handily for me, very uniform, and their makeup very correct in their structure. They have an advantage in cleanliness and angularity over the group in second. Their group in second over the group in third, just more strength throughout their front ends, more tightness behind their shoulders. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge Hill. Again, in our junior best three of Brown Swiss show, the winner was Brown Velvet Swiss, the Lammers family. Second was Acacia Swiss, and third was Chelsea Duvall. Now showing our All-American Swiss futurity. Showing for your All-American Swiss fraternity. Entering the ring, Audrey Lammers with Brown Velvet PB All Vermont. Next is Dale Dirkson's entry with Sharon Farms DD Gandhi. Brian Lammers with La Rainbow Sweet Sun Love. Acacia Swiss with Acacia Rasta Capper. And Caden Bursick with Twin Gate Addie's Adrian. In our All-American Swiss Futurity, second goes to Caden Bursick with Twin Gate Addies Adrian. Winning the class, Audrey Lammers with Brown Velvet, PB All Vermont. Judge Hill.
A great way to start the cow show today. A very impressive winner at the top of the class today. I love the balanced frame, the dairiness, and the strength of this cow coming out in first in this class. She has a fantastic mammary system also. So much width and fullness to that rear udder. She has that advantage over the cow in second. She has a stronger seam up the rear end of her rear udder over the cow in second as well. The cow in second follows the pattern, though, most closely as the cow in first, with that dairiness and that strength that she has, and that cleanliness is what carries her over the cow in third. The cow in third, so much strength, so much width to that mammary system. I love the crease that she has, but she has that advantage in the width to the top of her rear udder over the cow in fourth. The cow in fourth, a beautiful young dairy cow, a cow that maybe needs a little more time to develop her midsection, but she has that cleanliness and that length of frame to take her over the cow in fifth. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge Hill. Placings in your All-American Swiss Futurity in your programs. Audrey Lammers was first with Brown Velvet, PB All Vermont. Dale Dirksen fifth, Brian Lammers fourth, Acacia Swiss third, and Caden Bursick was second in the class with Twin Gate Addies Adrian. Now showing our summer junior 2-year-old brown Swiss cows. In our summer junior 2-year-old cow class, first is Top View PC with KCCK Cliff Spring, and second is Kelsey Britton with Apex Skip Wonder. Judge Hill.
Great pair of young cows to start our milking classes with the summer twos, but a cow that wins the class quite handily. She has that width and that openness to her rib. She has just a fantastic mammary system at this early in the game. So much width and so much quality to her mammary. She has that advantage of depth and openness to her rib over the cow in second. A little more climb to that rear udder, a little more definition of seam. Congratulations.
Again, in our summer junior 2-year-old class, Kelsey Britton was second with Apex Skip Wonder, and Top View PC was first with KCCK Cliff Spring. Now showing our junior 2-year-old brown Swiss cows. In our Brown Swiss Junior 2-year-old class, second goes to Caden Bursick with Twin Gate Addie's Adrian, and winning the class is Ronald Mihalovich with R&R Kickstart Peanut. Judge Hill.
Another fantastic class in the Junior 2s with a pretty handy winner as well. Just a cow that just spells dairy all the way through. She's so balanced in her frame, so tight up in that shoulder, and what a fantastic mammary system. Exactly what you're looking for in a Brown Swiss 2-year-old. She has that advantage in quality to the mammary system, just a little more venation and texture to the rear udder today. I made that last second change on second over third, just the way that the second place cow is handling those rear legs. She has a little less set to the hind legs, walking a little more comfortably with a steeper heel than the cow in third. The cow in third has so much power and strength through her front end, so much width to her mammary system. And that's what's getting her up there in the class today. She has that advantage in width and height of the rear udder attachment over the cow in fourth. Congratulations on a great group.
Thank you, Judge Hill. The first entry was the futurity winner, so did not return. Brian Lammers was fifth. Riley Wilrath sixth. Acacia Swiss fourth. Ronald Mihalovich was the winner of the class. R&R Kickstart Peanuts. Delbert and Heather Yoder was third. And Caden Bursick was second with Twin Gate Addie's Adrian. Now showing our senior 2-year-old Brown Swiss cows.
Attention in the barn, if you brought a truck and trailer in today and parked across the road and blocked people in, you're going to get escorted, or call me, you're going to need a ride home. If you parked over there and blocked people in, you should go move now before they get moved, before your vehicle gets moved for you. Better yet, call Bruce if you need a ride home. Don't call me. Also, remember, before you hurry up and go move your truck, before you leave, you need to settle up on your feed bill for your experience here at the State Fair. Again, call Bruce if you need help with that. Don't call me. Thanks.
In our senior 2-year-old class, second is Topview Farms with Topview Glenwood Apple. And winning the class, Ronald Mihalovich with R&R Daredevil Sharon. Judge Hill.
Another great group of cows out here in the senior twos, and a handy winner again. Just so much size and frame to this young cow. Just a very impressive udder when you line these cows up and you see the height advantage and the height of the rear udder that she has over the rest of them. And that rear udder blends so smooth into the body wall. What a complete cow. She has that length of frame advantage over the beautiful cow in second. The cow in second is so balanced all the way through. Love the mammary system and the width and the fullness that she has to that mammary. And it is that height and width and fullness that takes her over the cow in third. The cow in third, another extremely stylish dairy frame kind of a cow. But I would like to smoothen out the top of that rear udder to move her up in the class today. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge Hill. In our senior cow class, in your programs, Ronald Mihalovich was first with R&R Daredevil Sharon, Dale Dirksen fourth. Topview Farms was second with Topview Glenwood Apple, and moved from a previous class, Ayers Family Farm was third. Now showing our junior 3-year-old Brown Swiss cows. In our junior 3-year-old class, second goes to Delbert Heather Yoder with Brook Hollow Cadence Hoopty, and winning the class, Derek Balmer with Happy Hour Juke Fairy Tale. Judge Hill.
Another impressive class of cows. What a pair of cows at the top of the class. This cow that leads the class out has so much dairy strength about her, so much balance to her frame, and so much width to her mammary system. She has that advantage in width to the rear udder over the beautiful cow in second. The cow in second, and another extremely dairy cut cow, extremely straight in her lines. She has that advantage in being longer from end to end, a little more width to her front end than the cow in third. The cow in third, another beautiful mammary system cow, a cow that has extreme quality all the way through, just a little more fullness to that rear udder over the cow in fourth. Congratulations.
In our junior 3-year-old class in your programs, Ava Lammers third, Mel Plotner fourth, Derek Balmer was the winner of the class, Happy Hour Juke Fairy Tale, and Delbert and Heather Yoder were second with Brook Hollow Cadence Hoopty. Now showing our senior 3-year-old Brown Swiss cows. In our senior 3-year-old class for Brown Swiss Show, second is Top View Farms with Kiss FF Sugar Cookie, and winning is Ayers Family Farm with Cruises ACC C Genesis. Judge Hill.
Another impressive class all the way down the lineup. This pair of cows at the top, not made the exact same way, but two very impressive cows. The first place cow has so much length to her frame. She's due to go dry here and due for her third calf this fall, but a cow that still has so much quality to her mammary system. That rear udder is so high and so correct and so smoothly blending into the body wall. I give her an advantage in the teat size, shape, and placement over the second place cow. The dark cow coming out in second, so balanced, so much width to her front end. I love the balance to her frame and the way she has so much width to her mammary system. She has that advantage in the width at the top of the rear udder over the cow in third. The cow in third is so tall and so long and so straight in her lines. She has that advantage in length of frame over the cow in fourth. A little more height to her rear udder attachment today. The cow in fourth, another beautiful dairy quality cow that has a lot of texture and venation to that mammary system. She has an advantage in the definition of seam over the cow in fifth. Congratulations.
Showing for intermediate champion of our Brown Swiss Show from our All-American Swiss Futurity. First was Audrey Lammers with Brown Velvet PB All Vermont from the junior 2-year-old class. Sorry, from the summer junior 2-year-old class. First is Top View PC with KCCK Cliff Spring. And second was Kelsey Britton with Apex Skip Wonder. From the junior 2 class, first was Ronald Mihalovich with R&R Kickstart Peanuts. Second was Caden Bursick with Twin Gate Addies Adrian. From the senior 2-year-old class, first was Ronald Mihalovich with R&R Daredevil Sharon. Second was Top View Farms with Top View Glenwood Apple. From the junior 3-year-old class, first was Derek Balmer with Happy Hour Juke Fairy Tale. Second was Delbert and Heather Yoder with Brook Hollow Cadence Hoopty. And from the senior 3-year-old class, first was Ayers Family Farm with Cruises ACC C Genesis. And second was Top View Farms with Kiss FF Sugar Cookie.
Let's start off with giving these exhibitors a round of applause. You got to go a long ways to find a young cow quality show like this at any state fair. Probably got to go to national shows. We've got your winning summer 2-year-old, winning senior 2-year-old, junior 3-year-old, and senior 3-year-old out here. All cows with tremendous mammary systems. The correctness to the teat placement, the length of forudder, extremely full in their rear udders, cows that are bred back, cows that have had multiple calves. We've talked about them all earlier in the classes, and I'm not going to waste too much time. I'm going to go out, select your intermediate champion, reserve, and honorable mention in that order, and please congratulate them. For intermediate champion, this senior 2-year-old takes it quite handily for me. You get back behind her, you see that rear udder, see how high it's climbing, see the width, and you have so much quality, so much length to her frame, so much openness to her rib. She's got it going on today. She follows closely with that senior 3-year-old, a cow that's getting very stale. She's due this fall with her 3rd calf, but so much length, so much quality all the way through on the senior 3-year-old. I love the mammary system, the correctness to her teat placement. But bringing in that summer 2-year-old for honorable mention, a cow that's only going to get better in another month or so, a cow that's such a bright future. Just like to see a little more expansion to her rib structure to get over those top 2 cows today. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge Hill. Intermediate champion of your Brown Swiss show is the senior 2-year-old of Ronald Mihalovich, R&R Daredevil Sharon. Reserve intermediate champion is the senior 3-year-old of Ayers Family Farm, Cruzy's ACC C Genesis. An honorable mention goes to the summer junior 2-year-old of Topview PC, KCCK Cliff Spring. Congratulations. Now showing our 4-year-old Brown Swiss cows. In our 4-year-old class, second is Caden Bursick with Twin Gate Savannah's Serenity. And winning the class, Ronald Mihalovich with R&R Famous Erica. Judge Hill.
What a view from the rear on this class. Tremendous mammary systems all the way down the line. This top cow, she wins the class based on that frame, that combination of dairiness, strength, and beautiful mammary system. A little more height and width to the mammary system is viewed from the rear, a little more definition of seam over the second place cow. This second place cow, what a dairy frame that she has. So much width and capacity, angularity. Just a little bit nicer in the teat placement, a little bit nicer in the forudder over this big powerhouse coming out in third. The third place cow, just so much length to her frame, so much width to the top of that mammary system. Just like to see those teats a little bit smaller, a little bit neater underneath the mammaries to move her up in the class today. But what a tremendous rear udder. And she has that advantage in width to her mammary system over the beautiful cow coming out in fourth. Fourth over fifth, just a little bit taller at the shoulder, a little bit longer from end to end, but a really nice cow coming out in fifth place, very correct all the way through. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge Hill. Placings in your 4-year-old class. Hunter Powelson, fifth. Ronald Mihalovich was the winner of the class. R&R Famous Erica. Robin Alden, fourth. Caden Bursick was second with Twin Gate Savannah's Serenity. And Kelsey Britton, third. Now showing our 5-year-old brown Swiss cows. In the 5-year-old class of our Brown Swiss show, second is Derek Balmer with Stein's Happy Buckeye Beat, and winning the class, Ayers Family Farm with Twin Hollow Daredevil Blue, Judge Hill.
Another outstanding group of cows, a lot of different shapes and sizes in this class, but the cow that sorts herself to the top, to me, has the longest dairy frame, a cow with a tremendous mammary system, a lot of height and width to the rear udder, a strong definition of seam between her rear quarters. She has the advantage in length of frame and quality to the mammary system over the cow in second. The cow in second, an extremely balanced cow. I love the straightness that she has, the width that she has up front, and the heights of the mammary system. She's just a little more stylish, a little cleaner cut than the cow in third. The cow in third, another powerful front-ended cow with tremendous frame. I'd like to see a little more climb to the rear udder to move her up in the class today. I'd like to see her step down on her feet a little more comfortably if she's going to compete with the two ahead of her. But a cow with so much correctness about her frame. She has a little more width and strength up through that front end over the cow in fourth. The cow in fourth, an extremely dairy cow, a cow with a lot of width and fullness to her mammary system. Not quite the balance to her rear quarters to compete with the ones ahead of her, but she has the width of mammary to go over the cow in fifth. Congratulations.
Placings in your 5-year-old cow class for Brown Swiss showed Don Graft was fourth. Derek Balmer was second in the class with Stein's Happy Buckeye Beat. Top View Farms was third. Ayers Family Farm was the winner of the class. Twin Hollow Daredevil Blue. Brandon Laughlin was sixth. And Top View Farms was fifth. Now showing our aged Brown Swiss cow. In our age cow class, first is male Plotner with Lowson Famous Lane, Judge Hill.
Just a single entry in your age cow class, but a cow that's had 4 calves. She has a tremendous dairy frame, a cow with a lot of openness and walking on a great set of feet and legs.
In our component merit class, first is Top View Farms with Johann Jongler Amaze, Judge Hill.
What a tremendous cow in your component class. A cow that's already had 6 calves, a cow with tremendous frame, dairiness from all the way from her head to her tail with a fantastic mammary still. Congratulations.
Showing for senior champion of our Brown Swiss show from your 4-year-old class. First was Ronald Mihalovich with R&R Famous Erica. Second was Caden Bursick with Twin Gate Savannah's Serenity. From the 5-year-old class, first was Ayers Family Farm with Twin Hollow Daredevil Blue. Second was Derek Balmer with Stein's Happy Buckeye Beat. From the Age Cow class, first was Male Plotner with Lawson Famous Lane. And from the Component Merit Cow class, first was Top View Farms with Johann Jongler Amaze.
Let's give these Brown Swiss exhibitors another round of applause. Obviously not the numbers in the calf classes or the young cows, but still, certainly the quality has not dropped off. We have your first and second place 4-year-olds, and first and second place 5-year-olds, and your winning age cow out in the center of the ring in contention for senior champion. All these cows are great definitions of the Brown Swiss breed, what we're looking for in dairiness and strength and excellent mammary systems. What it comes down to me, I really appreciate cows that look like they're working their tail off. Cows that have tremendous mammary system, full to the brink. And that first place 4-year-olds got it today. Congratulations. I'm going to go ahead and follow her with your 5-year-old. Cow that has just tremendous quality from end to end, so much length to her frame, and she's just handling her rump structure a little nicer than our second 4-year-old. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge Hill. Senior champion of the Brown Swiss shows, the winning 4-year-old of Ronald Mihalovich, R&R Famous Erica. Reserve senior champion is the 5-year-old winner of Ayers Family Farm, Twin Hollow Daredevil Blue. An honorable mention to the second place 4-year-old Caden Bursick with Twin Gate Savannah's Serenity. Congratulations. Now showing for grand champion of our Brown Swiss show. Showing for grand champion of our Swiss show, our reserve junior champion was Audrey Lammers with brown velvet Ray Fleury. Intermediate champion was the senior 2-year-old of Ronald Mihalovich, R&R Daredevil Sharon. Reserve intermediate champion was from Ayers Family Farm, a senior 3-year-old Cruises ACC C Genesis. The senior champion was the first 4-year-old of Ronald Mihalovich, R&R Famous Erica, and reserve senior champion was the 5-year-old of Ayers Family Farm, Twin Hollow Daredevil Blue.
As we have your top 4 cows out here and your beautiful heifer for contention for a grand champion, let's give these guys one more round of applause, please. Been judging a few state fairs the last few years, and it seems like no matter what expectations you have going into a show, that the exhibitors always exceed my expectations. And once again, I am blown away with the quality of these cows. Just tremendous dairiness, tremendous mammary systems. Not just these 4, but many of the cows in the show were very impressive. So congratulations to all the exhibitors, everybody for bringing them out and managing through the heat this week. But I'd like to thank the exhibitors for recommending me to judge the show, and all the staff for putting everything together. All the travel accommodations have been excellent. Everything's as expected with the Ohio State Fair. Has been just wonderful. If you're a grand champion of the Brown Swiss show today, it's going to be this winning 4-year-old. Just tremendous dairy quality all the way from her head to her tail. We're going to follow her with your intermediate champion, your senior 3-year-old for reserve. For honorable mention, I'm going to go with this reserve intermediate champion, cow that due to go dry, going to have her 3rd calf as a senior 3-year-old. Just tremendous quality. I think we see her in a couple of months after she calves out again. She's going to look a little bit different and a little bit nicer. But what a tremendous show. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge Hill. Grand champion of your Brown Swiss show is the winning 4-year-old of Ronald Mihalovich, R&R Famous Erica. Reserve grand is the senior 2-year-old, also Ronald Mihalovich, with a clean sweep with R&R Daredevil Sharon. An honorable mention goes to Ayers Family Farm, Cruises ACC C Genesis. Congratulations to all. If there are any group classes, best 3 females, head to the ring now or produce of dam, enter the ring to conclude our Brown Swiss show.
So we have two groups in the ring, but the group we're worried about here is the group of 3 cows, the senior best 3. This group, I would say, can compete with any in the country. We've got your 2 champion cows out here and another outstanding young cow that's just going to get better and better as the summer and fall shows come on. Congratulations on breeding an outstanding group.
Best 3 was Mihalovich, and the second was Top View. Or no? Okay, just sorry. Best 3 was top. All right. Best 3 was Mihalovich. Also, while they're here, premier exhibitor is Top View. Congratulations. And premier breeder is R&R, Ronald Mihalovich. Also, congratulations.
Just one entry in dairy herd, this group of 4 cows out here. Another outstanding group of cows. Got extremely wide rear udders. They all did very well in their classes. Congratulations.
And the winners of the dairy herd are Top View. Congratulations.
Two entries for your produce a dam class, and we're going to go with the cow, or the group with the cow, the good young cow with a fantastic mammary system, just giving that advantage and maturity over the beautiful pair of heifers in second.
Was that? Dam and daughter goes to Acacia Swiss and Acacia Swiss.
For your dam daughter class, I'm going to go with this group with the coming out in first in the black shirt, this cow that they brought in, just so much more width to the mammary system over the cow in the second group. Congratulations.
For produce and dam and daughter, first and second, go to Acacia Swiss twice. Thank you, Judge Hill, for judging our Brown Swiss show today. See y'all next year.